Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1 1, test 1 1. Test 3 4, test 3 4.
go ahead and call our Board of Managers meeting for April the 13th to order. We will begin with our opening prayer. Leanne.
Loving God, as we gather today on this beautiful spring day, let us be reminded of the reason we are all here, to transform healthcare delivery for the communities we serve. And more specifically, let us be reminded of our patients, our true north. We all know, O Lord,
Go make an announcement. Adam. Adam is paying you tribute.
well, it's proof that when we pray, things happen.
Way to go, Steve.
Find out whether we need to evacuate. I'm not telling them. Tell us where the fire is
Yeah, they normally do.
7 or 8 years.
at. We do.
That's the Madam Chair who's in charge. This never happened when I was. That's right. It's never happened in our years. Dorothy's not control here.
We'll open the doors back, and then we'll open the doors, and Leanne, we'll let you get started.
Did somebody get the door?
Know that our patient population can be challenging. There may be easier ways to serve. There may be places with less challenges, less complexity, but that is not where you have called us to go. That's not where you have called us to serve. You can
Facility alert, fire alarm activation. Facility alert, fire alarm activation. Lower level, stairwell 20. Facility alert, fire alarm activation. Lower level, stairwell 20.
Okay. Does that mean we leave?
It's on the lower level, so it's not in our activation.
They'll contain.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
So in these times, uncertain times, full of surprise in every moment, we ask that you keep us focused on those who you have called us to serve. You've called us to serve those who are the most injured, the most traumatized, the most ill, the most outcast. You have told us that when we serve the least of these, we serve you. And so we ask, keep us focused on the mission, on our patients, on our community, and in doing so, give us strength, give us courage.
Facility alert, fire alarm activation, all clear. Facility alert, fire alarm activation, all clear. Facility alert, fire alarm activation, all clear.
Okay.
Give us fortitude to get through all the surprises that come about in every single day and night. And let us know that you are using our team, our members, our team members, our leaders, our board members to be the light in the darkness at a time when we need our lights to shine individually and collectively the most. All this we pray in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Okay. Let's do our pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible,
With liberty and justice for all. Okay. You have received a copy of the minutes, the Board of Managers minutes from March the 7th. Are there any corrections? All right, it's been moved and second. All those in favor of approval of the minutes signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by nay. Motion passes unanimous. All right. We have no citizens to speak. Thank you. I skipped over them. We do have citizens. We have 3 of them sitting out there now. And so Charlie, Steve, why don't you come and take those 3 seats at the end for me?
Oh, I got to swear us in.
I wanted us to have a little time to say from the board, thank you for your service and serving on the board. It has been my pleasure to serve with you, and some of you I served with longer, but I want to say thank you, and we wanted you to come back to just show you a little token of our appreciation, okay? So today, you're on the hot seat for the roast from your peers. So let's start. Ralph, you want to start with Charlie, since he's been here the longest?
Whether Jessica can send in a photographer to take some pictures.
Thank you, teammate and a partner here on the board. And we just want to give you this token of appreciation. Thank you for your service and your commitment. And also, there's an envelope inside that says we got some other work for you.
I thought you said there's chocolate chip cookies in there.
Oh, no. But thank you so much, Charlie.
Thank you, my friend. No, you said certainly.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Madam Chairman, thank you also.
Thank you. Okay. Charlie, did you want to say a few words?
Me say something?
A few words?
If you serve with me, I'll just. Fire alarm. Yeah, you think that prayer was long. Now, the only thing I'll say, in the 12 years I had the pleasure of serving on this board, this institution was here long before I got here. It had great leadership then. It's got great leadership now. the future of this organization, the mission, we all know what it is. I know I do, and I think my fellow friends sitting next to me likewise will say the same thing. We certainly support where this institution is going. So I'll just say in 12 years, we had a lot of meetings. A lot of times, back in the day, we'd look at the clock, and at 1:15, I think our biggest concern was, were we going to be here till 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock? I mean, it's just the way you are. But this board's always risen to the fact, the things that needs to be done. I'll just say, it's 12 years of service. I went by to see Dorthy during the holidays, knowing after 12 years I'd be leaving this board. And, I'd been vice chair 2 years. I'd been chairman 3. I had the pleasure of chairing this organization. I didn't do it. We all together helped pass a historic bond package that I think will provide facilities and services that will support the mission of this institution under this board's leadership and future boards to come to continue the mission of JPS. So it's been an honor. I will say this, many of you I was not deserving. I think a few years ago, I was very proud to receive the Dallas-Fort Worth Hospital Lifetime Achievement Award. Many of you were there. I would have never been in the healthcare arena. It's not my background, but I've truly enjoyed the years I've associated with JPS. Hopefully will stay associated with JPS. And I also say thank you. A lot of work goes through these meetings, but I've established lifelong friendships with board members that will continue on with board members and with staff. So on behalf of myself, and I would also say for my family, because if you really love JPS, it's a family. You spend a lot of time in the new board members. I know y'all have got previous service and other things, Tim, and you will grow into that from a standpoint of your support. So again, thank y'all very much, and thank you for the recognition. I really thought we were coming to get chocolate chip cookies, but other than that, thank you, Madam Chairman.
All right, thank you. Okay, Trent, you're up.
No.
Steve, on behalf of the entire board, and I'll include Charlie and Dr. Simmons in this as well, Steve has been here since my first day. Steve is the one that swore me in, actually, to the board. And Steve served honestly to me as a mentor and a trainer on what this board was like and what it took. And I can tell you that Steve's commitment to this board goes well beyond the 15 years that he and I served together, but way beyond that too. So Steve has been a community supporter, a community leader for JPS. I know he will continue to do that. It's been a great honor to serve with Steve. He does not have the record for the shortest finance committee. I still have that. But I've been very, very proud, Steve, to serve with you. Your passion for JPS, your outward concern about every single patient that walks in here has been palpable since the first day. And you've been a great leader and a great mentor, an example for me, and I'm sure an example for many other people at JPS. Steve, thank you, buddy.
Thank you very much.
All right. Okay,
Well, it's hard to follow Charlie Powell on anything. In all the years I was serving on this board, I've never sat at this end of the table, which is really weird. But thank you very much. Thanks for the opportunity to come back and say hi to everybody. I respect everybody around this table so much. I had a chance to meet the new members and welcome aboard, and you've got a big job ahead of you, but I know you can handle it. But what an honor it's been to serve with DT and Ralph. Reverend Emerson is probably, there's probably no one in this city I respect more than Reverend Emerson. But everybody around this table, I just have tremendous respect for and appreciate the opportunity that God gave me to serve with you on this board. What you do in this community is critical, and it's an imperative that that we're here every day doing what we're doing. So thank you for that. I'm around, but I'm done serving. I'm done serving on this board, but I'm a fan out in the public. So if there's anything I can do, please let me know. Let me help.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you for your service. As almost as unceremonious as it started, it ended. And for that, I apologize, but we know politics change, therefore, as public service, we change too. But thank you for your years of service, and I have to tell you, your experience not only as a physician, but also as a businessman and leader in the community has been a tremendous value add to me and to this board, imparting that wisdom. And I have to tell you, you were never loud or boisterous, but when you spoke, we listened. And I think that's the highest compliment that I can pay you. As a fellow Aggie, as a friend, thank you for your service and your impact on the community.
Thank you so much.
Well, it's hard to follow two really great speeches here, but this has been quite an adventure, I'll say. Looking back from a fourth-year medical student when I did my first rotation here, all the way through residency, fellowship, staff, all the way to the Board of Managers. I never expected that in a million years. So for 24 years, JPS has been, part of my heart and soul, and will still remain that way. The friendships I've made here are tremendous. It's been a pleasure to serve with all of you. And thank you so much for the recognition. It really means a lot.
Stephen, I thought you were just kind of saying goodbye to the Longhorns, but you're taking an Aggie off also.
Daphne, is it okay if we take a brief break? Because we did get you some cake, too. So we'd like to have some cake with you.
Now the real reason we came.
Okay? So we're going to temporarily adjourn our meeting so we can have our cake with our board members, and then we will come back, okay? We'll reconvene probably about 15 minutes? In 15 minutes, okay? All right. agenda. I've done part of my report, but I have one other, where is it, that I wanted, supposed to come up on the screen. I wanted us to congratulate Dr. Duncan for being featured in the DCEO magazine. Wonderful article. So I just kind of want to say thank you. We are finally getting some positive reports, and you're doing a fantastic job, and they laid it out. So I just kind of wanted y'all to see it, and the article is there for you to read, but it's a really nice article. So thank you for representing us, for being with us. All right. That concludes my report. So, Dr. Duncan?
Wow, now I'm speechless. I have told my team that nothing is to be presented without my okay, and I can see my chief legal counsel here has gone outside. So if we can just run through some of our slides here. I want to start off by showing you pictures of our master facility plan work that's going on your left there. This is what you'll see if you drive by our new Medical Home Southwest site. And going on here is some site grading and some retaining basin that's going on in the back there. I am being told when I went out there and met with the person who is over the project that they will be bringing in 1,000 truckloads of soil to lay on top of this. And so any board member who wants to stand out and count those 1,000 truckloads, let me know, since you said you're here to help us, okay? On your right side there is a PEC that many of you probably passed by today. Work is progressing along there. We've evacuated the site, and they've installed the drilled concrete piers and started some structural slab grade work. And actually have, I think what we're seeing there is the elevator pits that are being carved out. I don't think we have a picture. No, we don't have a picture on the temporary parking that you'll see as you go down Main Street. And that will allow for construction of our medical office building and parking garage to begin. So a lot of work is going on around campus and out in the community. And so we are really excited about how this is moving forward. Right now, we don't see any delays, and it seems to be on schedule. With that, I'd like to move on to the legislative update for the board. This is not the legislative update, by the way, but the legislative update for the board. Ashley Quinones, who's our government relations, is in Austin. As you know, the legislative sessions have started. There's a couple of bills that may impact us in a positive way, and it's around workforce and nurse recruitment and nurse loan repayment for their education. And then there is one, I believe it's Bill 1652, that could adversely affect us, and that is around hospital outpatient billing. And so Ashley is there advocating on behalf of safety net hospitals and the importance of that outpatient billing, and also advocating for our workforce. So I did want to give you an update, and we'll send you the full. 1652. I think it's 1652, yeah. Ashley will send you guys a full update of all the legislative activity that's going on that could potentially impact us. Here, I don't know if you know this or not, but April is organ donation month. It's National Donation Month, and it's really around awareness about organ and tissue donations. And we actually had a service here on campus, and on your left there is a family of a donor. It was a policeman in the community, and he had donated his organs, and his wife talked about just her journey through that. And then on the right here is the Chief Noakes from our Fort Worth Police Department. We had a really good turnout from the police department, but also just a really nice program that was led by Leanne Franklin. So wanted to update you with that. And Dr. Gandhi from our trauma area gave a few words also. So. And then last here is we had our, if we can move to the next slide, we had our first new employee breakfast, 90-day breakfast. And so I do speak at the new employee orientation, but also return our new employees between about 60 to 90 days to ensure that they have the resources that they need in order to do their job, that their onboarding has been good, and that's been part of our retention and engagement program. So well attended, and as always, I enjoy being in front of our employees. With that, that concludes my update.
All right, thank you.
Dubose.
Thank you for the update, Dr. Duncan. So we will carry on with our agenda. Next, I have, did you have, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up. But in the presentation where they interviewed the sheriff, and I thought it was wrong that he tried to throw JPS under the bus when they talked about all of the deaths at the county jail. And he says, forget the number, but they died after they got to JPS. And I thought that was unfair to do that. I don't know if we can, as a board, we send a letter to him or whatever.
Excuse me, Ralph, but could we discuss that more in close?
Okay.
Okay?
All right.
I'd like to bring that to close, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you. All right.
Can I also give a little kudos before we move on to business?
Oh, yes.
Okay, so y'all know that I love our communications, and I'm absolutely loving this communications report that we receive every month, but also to make the announcement that the fourth season of the JPS podcast is up, and it's fantastic. If you've not heard it, and for our general public that is watching, we've been doing a really, really good job on that one. I really enjoy those short 15, 20-minute spotlights, especially on the work that JPS is doing. So kudos to all of y'all and to the communications team for doing it.
Thank you. Okay, all right. I'm going to have to put a section in here for comments. Okay, all right. Okay, next on our agenda is Dr. Janet Miles for the Medical Executive Staff Committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item for your consideration and approval is the credentials memo, which is in the red folder next to your iPads. These contain all of the requests for appointments and privileges. It also includes FPPE completions, resignations, etc. These have been fully vetted by the organized medical staff and are presented here for your approval.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions, or did you want me to? Okay. All right, then can I get a motion for approval? Okay. Did I hear a second? Amanda, okay. All right. It's been motioned and second. All those in favor of approval of the appointment and privileges signify by saying aye. And those opposed by nay. Motion passes unanimous, okay?
Thank you. The next item of business for the medical staff is, this is an annual task that we are asked to do, and the Joint Commission does require it to come before the board, and so it is a requirement that you review and approve. It is the infection control annual plan and the annual summary and risk assessment. So let me just describe a little bit more what that means. The first item under B is the risk assessment and plan. This is basically our infection prevention department, which operates under our Department of Quality, looking past at the back the last year and assessing the goals that were in place for fiscal year 22 and how we've done on those goals. And there is a rather detailed report in your packet that summarizes for you what goals were met and what goals were not. If the goals were not met, there is a nice summary as to why we did not meet the goal. This assessment also includes goals for fiscal year '23 moving forward. So these will be the things that the Infection Prevention Department will be monitoring. And there is a large number of goals and an incredibly large number of audits that these folks do. So I do want to point out to you that this team is in our facilities looking at us all the time. They even come down to the laboratory in the basement and audit us as well. And so it's not just direct patient care areas, it's the entire facilities everywhere they go and audit practices for compliance with good infection control practices. So the item B includes the summary assessment for the prior year and also a proposal for the metrics that will be measured for the upcoming year. Item C, and I think you can take these together, Daphne, correct me if I'm wrong. Item C is the plan and authority statement, and so item C is essentially the policy and procedure that controls item B. It's what we say we do to control infection in our organization, who has the authority, who has scope over it, who has prerogatives. And so it's really a written document, sort of like an infection prevention bylaws, if you will. And I will tell you, both of these documents start out in infection prevention, again, under the Department of Quality. From there, they go to the quality subcommittee of the Patient Safety Quality Governance Committee, which is a medical staff committee, and it's vetted by a small group there with physician representation, nursing representation. From there, it goes to the larger Patient Safety Quality Governance Committee, which is physician leaders, vice chairs or chairs sit at that level. Dr. Gandhi chairs PSQG. From there, it goes to the Medical Executive Committee for final review and approval. So it has been thoroughly vetted before it comes to you, but it does require the governing body's approval of this document, again, to keep us in compliance with Joint Commission. And it's a lot of information, but I'm happy to entertain questions if you have any.
Okay. Did anyone have any question concerning the infection control risk assessment and that plan?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Miles, I'm on page 13 of our book, and this is on hand hygiene. That seemed really low to me, 54% compliance with hand hygiene. Everybody knows I'm a lawyer, I'm not a healthcare practitioner, but hand hygiene is one of the things I do understand. So why is that so low?
You know, it's a great question. It would, to the casual observer, be pretty terrible. It's about flipping a coin almost, right? Yeah. But I will tell you, healthcare facilities across the nation actually do struggle with this. We really struggle with this when we're short-staffed. We struggle with it when we're in high patient volume and load. And we also struggle with it when we have a lot of travelers. Because a lot of this is about educating to what the expectations are for hand hygiene in your facility. So that's not to say we're better because everybody else is bad, just to frame it in context for you that this is definitely an area where hospitals struggle. I think what's interesting about this metric is that the secret shopper, which is basically saying, Dr. Holland, just go around and just watch for me and then come back and tell me how you think everybody did. And I'm not trying to throw her under the bus, but when we do that, we see compliance over 90%. But when the infection prevention officials, the infection prevention specialists go out and do the same survey, that's where the 54% came from. So I think the disparity there is the infection prevention folks are following very, very, very strict criteria for saying, yes, you get a pass and a check mark that you did it correctly. Because it's not just that you foamed in or foamed out, you got to foam in and foam out and wash your hands appropriately, and it's not just about I sort of hit it on my way in the door.
That's what I was going to say. It's not just kind of running underwater. There is, when you walk in a room, when you walk out, how long you do it. So it is a procedure that requires a lot of education.
I think we felt like we were doing really well, and when we went around and really did a deep dive into it, we're not doing as well as we thought because we're not being as stringent or as strict as we had originally thought. And so we gave ourselves a pretty bad score. And this is going to appear on the 23 as well.
Who set the 65% goal, us or the commission?
That is set internally. The 65% goal was set internally, yes.
We don't want to see that at 75%?
That was the goal for this past year. We'd have to go on to the proposed goals to see where they set it for this upcoming year, and I'm sorry. I'm going to try to get to that really quick.
Yeah, no, it's all right. There's a lot here.
Yeah. I think it's still set at 65%. It's on page 23, so it looks to me like they left it at 65, thinking if they could get a roughly 10% increase, they would feel good about that.
Any other questions? Okay.
Madam Chair, this does require a vote.
All right. Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions or discussion, I will entertain a motion for approval. Motion by DT, second by Ralph. Okay, all those in favor of approving the infection control risk assessment and plan for 2023 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by nay. Okay, motion passes. Next, we will consider approval of the ICI Infection Prevention and Control Plan and Authority Statement.
That was part of what I discussed.
That was all part of that
yes,
risk assessment?
The plan is pretty much the controlling document for our infection prevention program.
Okay, all right, okay, all right.
Was the motion clear?
Item C.
Item C. So I'll move approval.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ralph. All those in favor of approval of the IC1 Infection Prevention and Control Plan and the Authority Statement signify by saying aye. Aye. Those do not approve by nay. Motion passes unanimous, okay? Then we have the approval of the delineation of the privileges form, and there are about 11 of those.
And the good news about that, Madam Chair, is the DOP privilege project that's been ongoing for quite some time now is officially going to close with the approval of these.
Okay.
So the good news is we made our target of getting that project completed, but I do want to say you will continue to see delineation of privileges coming up forward, because part of the action plan around that project was to continue to do annual reviews of these DOPs. These are living documents, just like bylaws. They should be reviewed on a regular basis, and obviously we need to keep them up with current practice. Okay. So you'll continue to see them come back again, but they will not be a complete overhaul. They will be an annually scheduled review. So you will see more coming up. But the 11 that are in here today finish out the project. There is quite a few changes in them. Yes, all the yellow is added. All the yellow is new. Anything in gray is new, but was added across all privilege forms in the district. So it will be, for example, laser privileges that impact more than one privilege form. That would be added across all the ones where it is appropriate. Most of the changes in these forms, most of the yellow, is the addition of procedures to the core procedures. Let me just take a minute to explain what the heck that means. A physician who is qualified to receive the privileges typically will experience a certain number of privileges. So for example, if someone comes out of a surgery residency, I would expect you to know how to do a gallbladder and an appendix. And you might need to do laparoscopic gallbladders. So there's a number of procedures that are inherent in your training and education as a general surgeon. And the old privilege forms had a tendency to be very curt and just have a little sentence saying, yeah, whatever you might have seen in residency is fine with us. And we're changing that based on best practices and listing a fuller list of what could be considered a core privilege for that specialty. And why do we need to do that? We need to do that so people understand what they can and cannot do, but more importantly, that our staff can understand what you can and cannot do as a general surgeon or a breast surgeon or a radiologist or a pathologist. So our staff can access these online to figure out, gee, can Trent go and do a laparoscopic gallbladder? Does he have the privilege to do it? Because it'll actually be listed under your core. So a lot of these privileges have added procedures under the core. It's not like we're letting our doctors do a whole bunch more stuff. It's just that we're making it clear what they've always been allowed to do based on their training and education. And then the privileges that are in gray are, as I said before, those are privileges that are shared. General surgery uses a laser. Dermatology uses a laser. OBGYN may use a laser. That privilege is the same regardless of your specialty. But we need to make sure it's on each and every privilege form so that you can select it if you want to use that. It's a lot of information. Is there any questions about these DOPs?
Last month, there was yellow and there was blue, and
Yes, sir.
I don't see any blue this time, so
Watch the YouTube video back. We changed all the blue to yellow to make it clear that anything that's highlighted in yellow is an addition.
Well, thank you for that. That was the only thing we had questions last time. Blake, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, I have a question. So Janet, I'm looking on thank you for explaining, especially for us new members, what the purpose of these privileges is. Page 68 in our book, it's under part of the plastic surgery. I'll wait for everybody to scroll down there.
Okay.
Are you there, Janet? Okay. It says gender reassignment. Reassignment is crossed through, and then it says affirmation surgery. Are we doing any form of gender reassignment or affirmation surgeries at JPS?
To my knowledge, no.
Does that need to be on there if we're not performing those?
It would not need to be on there if no one is performing it, but if someone would want to perform it, you would need to have that listed.
Well, given our very limited financial resources at JPS and that we have more need than we can serve, I would propose removing gender reassignment or gender affirmation surgery from this list to make sure that our dollars never go towards those procedures. Those that seek those can go to the faith-based hospitals or other places to have them done.
The only caution I would suggest, Blake, is that we do.
I think that for us to have that discussion, we need to go in closed session for that one, and we will discuss that in closed session, okay?
That's fine.
All right, we can pull that one until we have closed session.
Okay.
Is there any other one that anyone had discussion on?
Just so I'm pulling the entire
Plastic surgery.
plastic surgery.
I would recommend that you pull the entire DOP.
That's my request. Let's pull the
The
whole.
whole plastic surgery group.
Yeah, just take
That's
that one
number
out.
5. We would pull all under number 5.
Yeah.
Have our discussion in closed session, then we can do that after closed session, okay? All right. Did anyone else have any questions on any of the other privileges form? Okay? Then I'll entertain a motion for all of the privileges listed except number 5 for approval. DT? All right. Got a second? All right. All those in favor of approval of all of those except number 5 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed by nay. Okay? All right. Dr. Miles, do you have anything else you need to report?
No, ma'am, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Now we will go to committee reports. And we had joint finance and planning, and Trent, you're up for that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Wynn was not able to the meeting, so I had the pleasure of handling both of those meetings. Thank you, DT. So let me start with the finance. Those that were there, and most of you were, Sharon went over our Fit for Growth program. The highlight there was that the combination of the long-range planning between Price Waterhouse and JPS is at this point determined we got about a $105 million gap in order to continue a 2% operating margin. A lot of variables go into that, but just as a note to the board relative to where we're headed in terms of the financials, we will continue looking and refining those numbers as we move closer to them, but that's an important metric to keep in mind. Under the financial report, we did have a strong February, primarily because volumes were up. We had about a $4.4 million combined margin. Inpatient and surgery volume was up. Sharon reported, too, that our HARP dollars were approved by CMS, so that's about a $2.5 million accrual.
per month. That is pretty much it for the finance side. On the planning side, 4 items for board consideration. The staff recommendation to award the RFQ for Building Life Safety, Fire Code, and Environment of Care Consulting Services to Jensen Hughes will be on the agenda today. Staff recommendation to award the RFQ for Test and Balance Consulting Services to Campos Engineering. The approval to release RFQ for a construction auditor for the bond projects. And finally, approval of release of an RFQ for engineering and architectural services for TSP upgrades. Adam gave reports on most of those relative to why those are where they are in the recommendations. All of them had pretty clear performance winners when it came to the reviews and the scoring of those. So those are going to be recommended to the board from the Planning Committee. So, Madam Chairman, that concludes my report unless you have questions.
Okay. Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, Trent, I had a question, and it may be later in the agenda. Is the Cigna contract on the consent agenda?
Cigna was not on the planning or the finance committee.
In the DTs?
Unless I'm missing it. Okay. That was not one of the recommendations of staff for Cigna.
I'll wait till it comes up then.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to see what, do you see something on the?
I saw it's on the consent agenda for Cigna contract renewal.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask a question when that's the appropriate time.
Okay.
Probably should pull off consent, don't we?
I'll wait till I get to the consent on that one. Okay, all right. Zim had the governance committee, but Zim is not here today, so I will give his report. During the open session, Colin highlighted our current top risks, which include workplace violence, cybersecurity, drug diversion controls, and active shooter event. The governance committee is requesting that the HR committee receive a detailed presentation on workplace violence analysis and JPS strategy. Workplace violence is a significant problem everywhere in healthcare, and JPS is no different. The board should have visibility into what JPS is doing to ensure a safe workplace for our staff. The risk around the 2 midnight rule for our inpatient admission has been completed. They worked on it for almost 3 years, if not more than that. So Colin reported the issue has been finally mitigated, okay? Our CIO, Will Showwaller, shared an update on involving our cybersecurity, okay? Others matters for approval on the consent agenda is a corporate compliance plan, which is part of the consent agenda. Do anyone have any questions? Okay.
Cigna item was presented by Rory. There wasn't anything on the agenda in terms of discussion. There wasn't any additional data requested for discussion, so it was recommended for forwarding. It just wasn't on my specific report of action items. So yes, it was recommended for approval to the board.
Okay.
Still take it off consent.
Okay.
No problem.
All right. When I get to the consent agenda, we will deal with that, okay? All right. All right, now we are to the HR committee report. Amanda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. HR committee met on March 29th, and I think that I have the longest record for the longest HR meeting. I'll wear that with the badge of honor. I know, Trent. It's like, yeah. So the chief of HR, Carla, provided an update on the following. So we heard about healthcare trends. Texas hospitals are seeking multi-pronged legislative help to address staff, facility, and clinical education capacity shortages, and an increase in workplace violence. The Texas Hospital Association has supporting plans for workforce funding in 2024-2025. HR scorecard for retention from October 2021 to February 2023. Recruitment efforts have improved, termination trends are lower, and contract utilization for RNs is decreasing month over month, which we're looking at as a solid thing. Workforce retention is a JPS priority. The focus on end-to-end employee experience through new programs and surveys has contributed to improvements in retention. We heard about a new employee orientation program. The program was redesigned to create a more transformative orientation program and strengthen the brand experience. And new learning services, solutions, and programs. So explore, aspire, accelerate, and optimize. Say that 10 times twice. The new program offers self-paced courses and cohort programs for aspiring and current leaders. And then kudos to JPS because they won the 2022 Cigna Health Workforce Designation Award. The criteria includes extensive support of the wellness program, has a robust wellness budget to support programs and wellness initiatives, have an annual wellness plan that measures progress and outcomes, and provides various methods of communication to promote initiatives. JPS has won this award for the past 3 years, so kudos. And that concludes my report for HR.
Okay. Did anyone have any questions of Amanda? All right. Thank you, Amanda. Next, we will go into I don't have anything under the other matters. So we are to the consent item. Is there any item that someone want to pull from the consent agenda or have questions on?
I don't have a question about the Cigna contract anymore, so I don't want to pull it off consent.
Okay. All right.
I figured it out. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Then can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda? Ralph and DT second. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by nay. Motion passes. Okay. Then that's all of my consent. So that was governance too under there. Right. So now we're to the legal report, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me see. If I'm going to run to the other end of the table and grab the controller, yeah, magic. So the board had requested that we bring some information related to our purchasing process and competitive solicitation scoring. I bring this information from time to time, but we do have some new board members, so we wanted to make sure that we had an opportunity to talk about the process as it relates to competitive solicitation. Next slide, please. So this slide will look familiar to you all from my last contract report, but it's really good to kind of show the 50,000-foot view of the work that goes on behind the scenes before a proposed award or contract can even make it to the Finance Committee. So you'll see that there's the first stage is kind of the requester working with our contract team to create the documents that will be used for the solicitation and/or initial contract draft. And then there's various information that's collected from the vendor. That's kind of the first step to the process. It shows where our team, the contract management team, typically plugs in, but in many instances, there's a lot of other work that happens prior to the contract request even coming forward. For instance, there's a lot of collaboration about the necessary equipment, supplies that are needed, attention to budgets to make sure that, you know, whatever we're going to be requesting is actually included in the budget. So that's all behind the scenes work. And except for competitive solicitations in connection with bond projects, contract management team follows the purchasing procedures that we have in place and works with the scoring committee to award contracts that actually get submitted for approval. We'll focus a portion of the discussion on the competitive solicitation process itself and talk about the bid awards. The next stage after the solicitation and the documents are drafted, then we've got an initial draft of a contract that's going to be used in the negotiations with the vendors. That progresses to a final draft at some point that is reviewed by the attorneys if there's changes from our typical templates or if we're reviewing a form that was given to us by the vendor. And then the final stage is the approvals, and you can see that that includes both internal approvals, the various committee approvals, board approvals, and if necessary, the court approval. So to just talk about a little bit about the competitive solicitation process before we go on to the next slide, I'll focus particularly on the bond program portion of that, because as in the ordinary course, JPS follows its purchasing policies, and so the awards that are through that process that don't relate to bond projects are not even required to come to the board for approval. So once the team, in connection with bond projects, once the team receives approval from the planning committee, which I think some of you all have seen that, we'll bring a request to release a competitive solicitation. So once that approval is received, the program manager and the JPS facilities team will follow the policies and procedures for competitive solicitations and securing the vendors and consultants. That process begins with development of the scope of work and respondent requirements, and that's a collaborative effort by the contract management team, the program manager, the facilities team, any of the experts that might need to plug in to that work. Once the respondents to a solicitation are scored and the anticipated awardee is selected, that selection is then presented to the JPS Planning Committee and Board for confirmation, and the board will be provided with copies of the proposed awardees' responses, the scoring criteria, and the scoring results for review in advance of making the actual award. For those projects identified by the Commissioners Court as requiring its approval, the top 2 scores are presented to the board, and those recommendations are then submitted to the court to conduct the interviews. And once the award is confirmed, then the vendors and consultants will enter into contracts directly with JPS, which contracts are all subject to those applicable approvals of the board, responsible board committees, and when applicable, the court. So the next page is just a high level, go back one, please. Back, there you go. It's just a high level, what a template RFP scoring sheet looks like. It doesn't have any particular criteria in it, so it gets teased out, right? The teams that are putting together the scoring criteria will use the scope of work to determine what they need to be looking for in particular vendors. And so that comes together, and then there's a collection of points that are allocated to the particular scoring criteria. We then have we pull together our scoring committee, and that team will review the responses and score based on the criteria that has been developed. There's a portion of this that is blinded, so you'll see that only shows 70 points. The other 30 points are split between pricing, when it's an RFP, and diversity, because we do have a commitment to diversity, so we actually review the information that vendors submit to us relative to their diversity commitment, which includes if they are a hub vendor, or if they are contracted with the hubs. So that's all blinded. All the members of the scoring committee will score and then submit those back to the contract management team to accumulate those scores. And then on the last page, this is RFQ, so that's request for qualifications. And sorry for the new board members if I wasn't clear. We've got requests for proposals, which, pricing is a huge factor in those, and then requests for qualifications, which we are always focused on getting the best value for the district. But for qualifications, especially for those professional services that by statute we cannot have them compete based on pricing, we're focused on qualifications. So again, this is just a template scoring sheet, and we'll decide based on what service we're trying to procure, what are the necessary qualifications for those individuals. And then the teams that are on the committee will come together to score those, again, blindly. You can see it's up to 85 points here, and the other 15 are for the diversity commitment scoring. Other things to know, in connection with the process with our vendors, we have a vendor portal that has information about how to do business with JPS, and they can go on there, read that document, work with our teams to have the best opportunity to bid on work for us. We work closely with all of the subject matter experts for particular solicitations so that they can plug into that process. And, once the proposed award is scored out, then that's presented further to the board or the planning committee, the board, commissioners court as necessary. And I will take questions. I just wanted to provide that overview for in particular, those of you who have participated in our finance committee and are often curious about how does that make its way to you and what is the process involved in that.
So Daphne, let me see if I can explain if I understand the difference between RFP and RFQ. RFPs are going to come in probably with purchasing products, goods, and RFQs will be more like professional services? Correct. Is that the difference?
That's a good high-level way to put that. Correct.
Okay. And I'm not that familiar with our diversity criteria, but is there a company size limit beyond which diversity would not be a factor? Let's say it was a company with $1 billion in revenues, but their ownership was such that they would meet our diversity criteria. Would they be given extra points over a smaller company that did not meet the diversity criteria?
So that's a good question. And in a lot of instances, it depends. So for our diversity scoring criteria, we do have what are considered to be exempt categories, like for certain goods and supplies for which we're unable to procure those from, a hub vendor, or in the case that you mentioned, it's probably not a dollar size, but if a company's publicly traded, for instance, like a Stryker or Baxter or something like that, where they're not going to be a hub vendor, they're not going to contract out for their, somebody to get a cut of whatever they're selling, those would be exempt. So we're not looking at that particular criteria. But we do ask all vendors to complete our, what we call a good faith form, to tell us about their diversity initiatives, to give us information about what they're doing in that space. And then the scoring on that piece is done by our vendor relationship manager, who has all the criteria, knows which vendors are exempt, and can give that back in an objective fashion so that they get credit for that.
And would it be possible for the board members to see the criteria? Not necessarily now, but, can we find out what those rules are?
Oh, sure. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Either you're a hub or you're not. Either you're subcontracted with the hub, and then it's broken down in terms of if you're a 100% hub vendor, then you would get the full 15 points. If you're subcontracted, so there is a formula to that, and I'm happy to.
What is a hub vendor?
Historically underutilized business, which includes I think now the terminology we use is MWVBE, minority women-owned veteran business enterprises.
Okay. Well, I assume are those rules written by the board, or are they written by management?
Correct. The board gave us, we have a policy where the board would like us to, our goal on that spend is 25%. 25%.
And there's rules, state and local and county, on the definition of what qualifies as a hub.
Okay. I mean, and that was kind of leads into my next question, Roger, is.
Yeah, there's certifications.
Are our rules following legal requirements, or are these voluntary rules that we've developed for diversity spend? Is that just complying with state or federal laws, or is that just something JPS has come up with on its own, or?
So it's not, I mean, we're not an outlier in terms of having targets for our diversity spend criteria. There's, that I'm aware of, not a particular law that says you have to spend 25% of your dollars with diverse vendors, if that's your question.
Yeah, is there any law that tells us what to do from any level of government on diversity spend?
No, I don't believe so. But, you know, obviously, we want to make sure that we are kind of tracking what other governmental entities are doing in that space.
Okay, thank you.
When was the last time those, is it criteria, policy, what word should I use there for just all of this stuff? When was the last time that was reviewed by?
For all of the purchasing stuff, we review those. So the last time the purchasing policy came through for board review and approval is 2021. Okay. Because I undertook those efforts when I was starting. And then we're constantly refreshing because, you know, the biggest challenge, well, I won't say biggest challenge, but a big challenge for us is that, you know, as a hospital, we have to be able to move quickly, but as a governmental entity, we still try to respect the, you know, the typical purchasing process that means that we will allow vendors to compete for the dollars that we spend. And so we're constantly looking at that to make sure we're not being, you know, too heavy-handed with the process itself. But we review those periodically, and in fact, we're reviewing it now.
Back on the cycle, I guess that was your first slide. How long on average does that take?
I don't know that on average is easy because it depends on the size of the contract and what all is involved. If it's just a routine run-of-the-mill contract, I mean, we feel like we've got good templates in place and we can get that through the system pretty quickly. And then again, you know, the board has given us approval authority limits. So for the ones that are under that threshold that have to actually come to the board, of course, there's time saved with not having to, once we go through our process, then send it out for further approvals. So how's that for a non-answer? Lawyer to lawyer.
That's great, yeah. I'm tracking. Yeah.
Totally gets it.
She's going to bring in Latin, and I was just going to start, yes. I mean, this is a similarly bad question, but I mean, do you think that that's streamlined enough? Are there ways that we can build in efficiency from what you've seen into that cycle?
I think we're always looking for that, for sure. And one of the ways, it actually was included in my last report, I mean, the better our templates are, like for those repeat services, the faster it will be, because we can actually leverage, you know, some of our staff to just get those done for us. And, you know, as you know, if you're just looking at red to see what changed, that's quicker for the attorneys.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I've been here long enough to see, you know, we meet with Trent's committee, review everything, then 30 days maybe later it comes here, and now to see what all has happened even before it comes to that committee. I just wonder what vendors have said, but then we're a government entity as well, that we've got to comply with all that.
Well, if you'd like to delegate all the authority to us, we will take it.
I was going to say, can we make a motion on that? But I appreciate your comment because
No, I think I'm just, I'm sympathizing with our vendors to an extent, and also just what we have to do as well. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Daphne.
And I will ask Mr. Petty, is that what you had in mind? Because I do think that this was your particular request.
Yes, I think that it's an iterative process, right? I think continuing to educate the board on the criteria. I think it's a good idea to bring back from time to time examples of especially large RFP, RFQ criteria that we've been through. Those are typically put into the packets at the subcommittee level. We've not put them at the board level, but it might be a good idea, just education-wise, training-wise, to introduce some of those. We spend some time with Adam, a lot of times during planning, on the questions and the criteria, because they do change. But I think it's a good idea to continue to put in front of the board both the criteria as well as the selection process for the people that are on that committee, and just keep that as a live sort of discussion so people are familiar with it.
Okay. Correct.
Madam Chair, I had one more question. It may be for Daphne or Karen, but there are dollar limits before issues come to the board, contracts? I mean, I think you mentioned all bond issues will come to the board. Is that true?
So what I said there was we do distinguish between the competitive solicitation piece and award of a contract versus the dollars for the contract. So the authority limits that the board has given to the CEO are up to $500,000. So any contract below that amount, she can approve without it having to come to the board. If it is a bond-related project, the board will see the initial request to release the RFP and RFQ, and then they will see the request for the award.
Daphne, I think I'm right in saying that $500,000 is subject to losing the budget.
Correct. Right. All of this is, I mentioned early on that part of the work that goes on before they start putting something through is to make sure it's a budgeted item.
And even the 500,000 and under contracts go through the same process to get, before they get to Karen's
Oh,
desk?
sure, yeah.
They've gotta go-
Our internal processes are
Okay.
the same for those.
And then are there lower limits that other executives have sign-off authority on? And what are those?
There is an approval authority limit policy. None of those are at her level. She's the only one that has over 500,000. I think the VPs, the limits are lower. So like for the contracts that are 50,000, I'm looking at Sharon because she probably knows this off the top of her head.
Yeah, VPs are somewhere between 10 and 25, depending on their span of authority. So an individual does not have much more than 10 or 25 $1,000. And then it will route up through the COO, the CFO, or Dr. Duncan, and onto the board.
What's DT signing authority? And that's pretty high.
We revoked his last year.
I didn't get what DT said.
Can't even sign for cookies.
No.
Oh, we took that authority.
We took it away.
Let's pass that policy.
Okay, any other questions?
I forgot. Professional. Right.
That's state statute.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, that will end our open session, and so I will be closing the open session at 2:35, and we will go, and I will be going into closed session by 2:45, so you got 10 minutes, okay? All right, I gotta hit so the little gal know to cut us off. This, but it is 2 minutes to 5. Okay. We have 2 items that we need to address, and one is under the delineation of the privileges under the plastic. Dr. Miles, you had a question that was that you need to address before we vote on this one.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. There was a question and a clarification on page 68 of the delineation of privilege for plastic surgery. And the clarification we want everyone to understand is that the gender affirmation surgery privilege clearly appears under the reconstruction of congenital and acquired defects of the trunk and genitalia. So this is not a gender affirmation surgery that would change a male to a female or a female to a male. This is just a core procedure that would allow a plastic surgeon holding these privileges to repair, for example, a traumatic defect that might occur. Also, it would allow them to treat a child who might need ambiguous genitalia corrected. It is simply under a defect reconstruction. Is that clear for everyone, or do I need additional information presented?
Madam Chair, can I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
Dr. Miles, I believe you looked at some data, and in the last 12 months, we have not ever performed a type of procedure like this?
Yes, thank you. That is correct. We have run a report in the last 12 months. JPS has performed 0 gender affirmation surgeries.
And from what I understand from discussion, we don't even have the capacity to perform these procedures as they're commonly understood, apart from what you just described.
Yeah, also a good question. Gender affirmation surgery or gender reassignment surgery, as it's understood in the general public, is a procedure that would have to occur in the setting of a very significantly large program. Individuals who undergo gender reassignment are generally in programs that have endocrinologists, pediatricians, mental health providers. It is a very proscripted and very designated program that these patients are enrolled in and would undergo in order to qualify for this surgery. We do not have a gender reassignment or gender affirmation surgical program at JPS.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. All right. If there are any other questions? Okay. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the delineation of a privilege form for plastic surgery. Ralph approved it. Second by Amanda. Okay, our secretary isn't in yet, so I'll have, you got it, okay. All those in favor of the approval of the delineation of the privilege form for plastic surgery signify by saying aye. Aye. And those that oppose by nay. Motion carries unanimous. We have one other action is recommendations from our HR committee and the ER and the CEO evaluation.
Yeah,
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a motion, if I may.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair, I move that the board proceed forward with preparing an offer of a new contract in accordance with the recommendations from the HR committee and with the understanding that that final contract will come back to the board at a point in the future for approval.
Okay. All right. Any questions? All right. Okay. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And those opposed by nay. Motion carries. Motion carries. Are there any other business at 5 o'clock? Okay, then I'll entertain a motion for adjournment. All right.